Hello, hello. So, welcome to the first Sipulot stream, the first proper one. How was your day? Oh, we have a lot of people here. Way more than I expected. I don't see any Gunpla boxes. Alright, so before taking a look at the Neverest, I think I'm gonna show off the prototypes that I received recently for the round 2 group buy of the EC series. As of now, I have received the HHKB Pro 2 hub controller, so the one with the USB hub, that is basically the same as the one that I have on my HHKB Pro 2. And we also have the EC60, the new purple version, and along with that there's also the EC Pro X JIS mainboard. The other boards are still in production. I've shared some pictures that my representative sent me, but we still have to complete manufacturing of the ANSI version of the HHKB PCB, and after that I hope they're gonna take a little bit less time to do the assembly, because they already went out of the quoted production time, given that I paid the invoice for the production like I think in the first week of the month. Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, it's the usual. And then they're gonna send me a DM asking for more PCBs because they have to reach their seller numbers for the month. Otherwise, they're gonna lose all the perks that the company gave them. So, yeah, I mean, it's the usual. Nothing new. Okay, so we have a lot of boards. Like, a lot. Okay, so we're gonna start with the controller since it's the easiest to actually show off. Do we have a spare R1 PCB? Okay, about extras, I think that I have more or less like 5 units. Keep in mind that some units are like off limits, simply because they are reserved for like repairs, or in case, let's say, the board doesn't work after the shipping. Gotta keep in mind that I test every single PCB after the flashing process, but it's possible that something happens during shipping, so I need to have that baseline, like 10 units of, like a buffer to cover those cases. There are still like 5 people, I'm not gonna give names of course, that never replied to the usual, hey, there's the invoice, go pay that so we can actually make the PCBs. So I think that when I receive the PCBs, those units will be freed up for other people. Because again, you gotta pay the invoice. That's the bare minimum. Okay, so let's do this so you guys can actually see. The focus is, of course, doo-doo. Okay, now it's in focus. So this is the hub version of the HHKB Pro 2 controller. And yes, that is a FE 1.1. I didn't use the S version because of that issue that we mentioned on the server, where you have a single controller, a single multiplexer. It's an endpoint management system basically that shares the bandwidth between all of the USB ports. So it shares even the keyboard, because the keyboard is treated as a downstream USB device. So the 12 megabit buffer is shared, so kind of like the old PCIe buffer where the entire bandwidth was shared. But in the case of the FE 1.1 non-S, so the square package, this is a multi-transfer device. So this is the controller. And let's take a look at the EC60 now. Nothing changed, to be honest, from the first revision, from the old round 1, apart from some minor changes like the actual grounding of one of the mounting pads, because I forgot to properly stitch the grounding on the old version, but didn't impact the functionality too much, because again, either you use a USB cable that has the ESD and the filtering for EMI, or you're gonna use a daughterboard with the JST. So at that point, the daughterboard will have the ground path for the case. But does it have a piezo speaker? Unfortunately not. And it also doesn't have RGB, and I think in the next revision it will probably have both. Yeah, it probably have both. I'll probably also either reduce the layout options or make a more like sensible set of layout options. So instead of using split 3U spacebar, I'm gonna use the like standard 2.25, 1 and 2.75, I think it is, because I realized that double 3U is only really used in Japan, basically. And again, you gotta buy 2 separate sets of spacebar kits, because usually, even if they have 3U spacebar, they only have 1. So you need 2 sets, and then you're basically wasting money at that point. So yeah, this is the EC60. We still have the meme Topper SID screen. There's still the JST. This is like the standard JST, not the new one. And we still have the USB-C on board. The top is the same. We only have a slight change in the SID screen where the new grounding pad is. And it's now... can we focus? Thanks. More or less. Yeah. And we have the ground SID screen on there. So this is the EC60. Let's see if I have space. Oh No, Janford, I'm not gonna do that. You're gonna clip that, and then it's gonna become the new Simon Cord general meme extravaganza. Cope harder. No, no, I wouldn't do that. What do you mean? I'm gonna get clipped so much. Alright. So this is the EC Pro X JIS, and it's in the special version that is gonna be available only for this round. The ECPad seal screen icon was designed by Andreas, that I think I saw him in chat, and I'm gonna share some of his work later, because he's actually doing a god incredible work with the EC caps, with actual EC stem. And this is the back. Again, pretty much the same layout. We only have JST on this board, since it is a replacement unit for the OEM cases and aftermarket. We have RGB for the HG lovers, and that's basically it. Yeah, we have the topper domes with the kind of like anime surprise effect going around, and a little bit of a lot of the rings touch with the one layout to roll them all, because JIS is objectively the superior layout. Yeah, so these are the PCBs that I have on hand as of now. JIS coded yes tech. That is correct. I think we can now start to prepare for the keycap removal process from my S60, because of course I forgot to buy more MT3 stock, so I need to basically recycle the where's the Iron Man helmet? It's up on my wall. I'm gonna send a picture. Actually, I'm gonna take a picture and show it now. There we go. That's literally a lamp on my wall. Show the cut HG. It's in the living room. I can go and pick it up if you want. So we can compare the sound of kind of sassy aged 45 gram I mean, it's good looking board, but yeah, I think I either have to buy like a sheet of sandpaper, like a fine grade paper, to lower the the housings so that the sound isn't so bad as Jason suggested over on the Conical server, or I'm just gonna YOLO it and do the actual stainless steel plate and use like normal housings. We will fix that? Yeah, exactly. We will fix that. And again, the sound isn't that terrible. It was way worse than on MT3 than on OEM keycaps. So I think it's a mix of MT3 being MT3 and being good only when I want it to be good. But yeah, also the spacebar is unusable. There we go. No music now. Hopefully. Insert despair emoji in chat. That spacebar is absolutely horrendous. It's actually unfixable, but for real this time. It's not the usual, easy spacebar is shit, we can't fix that. No, this is actually unfixable because of the way the stem on the rounded spacebar work. They basically have a plastic tab on the slider itself that only touches the housing on the return stroke. So either you break that off or you just cope. And I'm coping hard. That's the plan, plus I want to add a slight bit of preload to the domes. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I'm trying to find my way on how Twitch chat works, because I never used it apart from doing the usual raid messages and all of that. Yeah, so this is the HD. Pretty cool board. I gotta say, it's super heavy, especially for a PC board, but it's mainly because of the backplate. Without that, it's very light. The lighting is pretty cool. Let's see if I can show it off. I have RGB strip on the top and the sides. On the bottom there wasn't enough clearance, so I preferred to not add it. And while we're at it, we can actually start to briefly look at the VIA stuff. Does the RGB make you better at gaming and typing? Absolutely not. It only consumes more power, and as I'm sure you're aware, I fried one of the boards because I pulled like 2.5 amps through it without an actual reason. Okay, so you know what? Let me turn off the lights so we can actually look at the RGB. There we go. So I'm gonna switch it up to the live view. Whoa, fancy. We are in VIA now. And I know, VL superior, VL gang, but I need VIA for the sliders. So for the RGB, we are only at like 1/3. If I crank it up, it goes ballistic. It is so bright. It is actually like very bright, especially if you're on the front. It's very noticeable. When will X JIS add sliders? To be honest, I don't know. I'm not even sure that the sliders are still like a thing to be added to VL. It is more important, in my opinion, to have, yeah, exactly, either their own thing, but moving away from Python Qt. So yeah, either like their own stuff, or simply wait for XAP to actually work. Nah, that's not gonna happen. Me and Slip, we both know that XAP will never see the light of the day. That was Scorpion on my side. And we are back with the lights on. So yeah, quick thing before we actually jump into the Neverest. I'm gonna show off a little thing, maybe in 3 years. Yeah, probably. I'm gonna show off a quick thing that I will probably take out of the stream VODs and turn it into its own small guide / video, where as of now all the keys are working. Okay. And this happened today, where some users reported that one of the keys was not registering properly. So there are a couple of steps that the user can perform to actually check what is the source of the problem. So first of all is to have a overview if the domes are seated properly. So I assume that the user will assemble it properly, so with the domes properly seated, the springs all at a like properly seated inside of the dome. But it is possible that when you drop the PCB onto the top case or the plate assembly, the domes or the springs will move slightly, so they might be misaligned. To check on that, you can either use QNK Toolbox and open the HID console. If you're on the beta version of the QNK Toolbox, if you're on the older one, it will automatically show up in the main window, so it will start to flash at you numbers at random, like here. So what you're looking at is the analog readings of the matrix. Mind that some key positions on the edges might not correspond to the actual key position, like visually. So there's that, but don't be scared about it. So we can see that it never stops. We can unplug the board and we can take a look at the readings. So they're pretty much all in the same average. There are a couple of 300s and some extreme lower ones like 67, 100 and something. So this is what I describe as a normal behavior. If we plug the board in again, it will start to print again. And let's say the caps lock or the control is acting weird. So what we can do is fully press it. And while we fully press that, we can... Oh, wait. Yeah, we are missing something. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, I'm trolling. I'm very much trolling. Nice. Yeah, so we are on QNK Toolbox. If you're on the beta, I'm gonna do a quick recap. If you're on the beta, you're gonna have a dedicated window. If you're on the stable revision, you're gonna have the numbers pop up in the main window. So again, you connect the board. If it's a start to, yeah, from the beginning again, cope harder. I'm coping. So you let them go for a bit, then you unplug. You check the numbers. If there are like extremely high values, like let's say we have the 300s and 100s, but then we find a 650, like one that is way above the others, that is a sign of either a bad alignment of the spring, or especially in the mods, it is possible, for example in the stabilized keys, that the dome does not sit properly. So when you press it, it's not compressed from the center of the stem, so you'll have a different reading. So if you find a way higher than average value, then that is a sign that you should probably open up the board and recheck the alignments. If you have a average normal look like this one, then it might be that the actuation point for the full scale is lower than the actuation point set up in the firmware. So if the maximum reading is 600, let's say, but the actuation is set at 700, it will never reach it, so the key will never actuate. So to simulate that, we can open VIA, and let's pretend that by default the actuation point is way higher. If we try to test it now, you can see that the control, left wing control, whatever, is not actuating, but other keys are. So this is one of the most common cases that I found. So what you will do is go into the EC Tools section in VIA, and you'll find the two sliders, the actuation and the release. It is important that the actuation level is always higher than the release. As of now, there is no like conditional behavior for the sliders. So let's say that if I drag the actuation to the left, it will drag the release with it. So you gotta keep this in mind, and it's important because once you set this incorrectly like this and you press a key, it will actuate but it will never release, so it will keep spamming the same key. So what we can do for the key not actuating, we can lower or have the actuation higher if it's too sensitive, and we can try again. As soon as you move the slider, it will save the newly updated values on the board, so they are stored. And if we test it now the control is working. Why? Because we lowered the value. So this is a feature that is shipped with every board in the round 2, since every single board in the round 2 now is merged both in QNK main and in VIA. I will publish VIA firmware 2, but it will not have the sliders, so in that case you'll have to set it in the actual like code base, and then you'll have to compile it by yourself. So there's that. Is the value set per key? In this revision, it's board wide, so it's basically the same as the whole mode in the Real Force R2s and the next ones that have the APC. The per key actually works, but there is no intuitive way as of now to set it up properly. So the ideal thing would be, as for the key map, you would click or like select by dragging like a group of keys, and then you will move the sliders. But as of now, they are not available. There is no such function. I asked the VIA team to do something similar. They're very interested, and they're gonna implement something at one point. The way I had it implemented now was to have a drop down with the KLE position. So 00 would be ask, 01 would be 1, 10 would be tab, and so on. And I would have provided a PDF like table chart with the items in the dropdown and the key position. But the problem there is that the sliders and any other UI element that I'm aware does not auto update based on another element selection. Turn up the mic, it's super low. Yes. Is it better now? I'll wait for the confirmation on that. Slightly. I can turn it up again. Now it should be good. We are not clipping, so it should be better. All right. So yeah, the UI is good. I was working on my own UI thing, but then VIA published the custom UI stuff, so I said, why not use what we have? I saw the high request for VIA, even though VIA is objectively better, and it's not a keylogger and all the memes. But working with Qt, Python Qt, for the UI is kind of a pain, and it's not as easy as simply doing an addition to a JSON file. So there's that. And they don't have, as of now, the auto update function. So if I select another item, oh, someone donated $5. Martin, thank you for the $5. I'm gonna say $5 even though it's €5 for sake of simplicity. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. So what will happen is, let's say I'm changing the escape, I do my thing, then I select another key from the dropdown, the sliders would stay in the position that they were in the... Oh my god, there we go. We have the first... Do you want free money? Yeah, naughty bot. Mod check, exactly. I am the captain now. I mod the chat. So it will basically stay the same as you last put them. So it was very unusable. Like, for real, it was unusable. The data would be stored correctly, but yeah, it was very unintuitive. So I just said, okay, if someone needs a per key thing because for whatever reason they're using BKEs mixed in with 50-gram domes for whatever reason, and the mods are less sensitive, then they can probably figure out the per key stuff on the code base itself. So yeah, but it will come. The pair key, it will come once VIA actually implements that. Okay, so we can finally take out the keycaps. Actually, no, I'm gonna do it later. Don't hate me like that. Yep. I destroyed the naughty boy. We're gonna take a look at first the packaging. Oh, hi Pago. And my desk space is very limited, so I will have to remove my board actually. And this is one hell of a heavy box. It is super thick too. This is a iPhone 13 per scale, so it's basically as thick as an iPhone 13. The packaging is very good. You're super right, Jason. The texture of the black section of the box is grainy. It sort of reminds me of the labels on sake. When they use like raw paper that is not even paper, that is very nice. And the silver part is just a reflective cardboard, basically. On the top, I don't even think I have enough space to get it in focus. We have a pull tab made out of cloth, and basically, oh, we're actually focusing. Let's go. We have the model. This is the Neverest 60, and I picked up the silver version. And the way we open it is simply by sliding it, and it's very tight. Ugh. Extremely tight. Okay. The inside is a little bit less cleaner. But I mean, it's the inside of what we want. It's super robust. Even though it has a opening now, it holds the shape pretty well, so it will not completely destroy itself. Then we have another strap, a pull tab, more precisely. And thank you for your support, blah blah blah. Yeah, I mean, the usual appreciation text. You think it slides apart in the middle like the KC, the keycode, but it doesn't. Yeah, actually, when I saw the prototypes of the boxes on the Desk JIS server, I actually thought that it would open like in the middle, but it didn't. So, I mean, it's still a nice box. It arrived in a pretty well packaged cardboard box with foam on the sides, so I had no problem. So the top where the text is a cardboard box. On the bottom we have a foam internals. We have a accessory box. I bet they're gonna have like extra screws and a key. Here we have a pouch for the actual keyboard. This foam is very dense. The board will go nowhere in this. We're gonna take a look at the board after we check out the accessory package. So I got the like full kit set, and it's very nice that they include a part list, like a content list. Very, very important in my opinion. We have some number 6 desk rings, and I requested the conical springs because the other version that they have, the volcano one, I'm not really sure they actually do what they're supposed to do, because every sound test and like review that I saw was very, very underwhelming. It is not unexpected because, I mean, if you do it properly, even normal springs don't spring crunch. And usually, I also noticed that new people in the EC scene will confuse very often spring crunch with dome stickiness, where basically the dome and the spring, when they are flattened out on the bottoming out of the key, they basically stick to each other and they peel apart. So there's also that. So we have a cable, a pretty thick cable, a silicon cable, USB-C. It is branded on both receptacle. Oh my god, I want to offer, yeah, offer my ass. Get out of here. Exactly, go away, bonk. You know what? Where is the guy? We're gonna ban this guy. I have no idea how I can ban people. I suppose it's exclamation mark ban? What is this guy name? Lead projects the something. Yeah, that guy. Exclamation mark ban, or is it? Oh yeah. Ban username. Did it work? Yes, we did it. There you go. Okay, so as I was saying, the cable is nice. I'm probably not gonna use this. It's way too thick for me, but it is nice that it is silicone. And also the fact that it's included at all. It doesn't, yeah, it actually doesn't sound like the usual deepness that people describe for Topre with the S60. The sound of the RF R2 is very different from what people are usually used to when they talk about Topre. But it is nice. It's better than other cases. So other parts, we have this housings, 1U. It is a Norbauer care package. No, you know what? If this was a Norbauer package, it would probably still be in the lab, you know, still in Norbauer's place without even the shipping label. Got him. Slip, I'm gonna actually ban you if you do it again. I'm gonna actually ban you if you do it again. Because you steal all the PCB's commission. Then we have an assembly instruction. Basic, everything you need. Make me model Ben Sleep for you. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool that they used the mechanical drawings of the board for the actual instruction booklet. I mean, it's not a booklet, it's a piece of paper, but still. For the domes, I went with the carrots because I wanted to try the mid-weight one. We have our wire. I used the heavier ones, not in a full board, but I really liked them. So I wanted to see if the mid-weight was a nice option. And for those of you that want to pick one up, they offer like a bare bone kit per se, where you only buy the case with the PCB, of course. The PCB is included. Or the one that I have, where you have the parts necessary, but they are not assembled. And I also know they offer like an assembly service where they basically gonna ship the board ready to go. It's gonna be built. There was a bit of weird stuff going on with the website, where they would have like the entire kit available, but not the bare bone, or not the kit not assembled. But I think they figured it out. And compared to the first batch that they released, now it's full price. So you don't have that sweet 20% off, which was actually very good in the first batch. And I think that Jason and other people from the Conical server managed to get one, or even more than one. So inside the accessory box, we have some foam that is pre-cut, and I think this is for the case. We have spare screws, properly labeled, fancy. Then we have a pair of stickers, gold stickers, adhesive stickers. Am I centered? Yes. I will actually not use this, and I'm glad that they now do the stickers instead of an insert or engraving on the side or front of the board. Because if I remember correctly, in the very first pictures that they sent, those texts were actually on the side of the board, and I really didn't like that. We then have a tool screwdriver. It's not a screwdriver. I have no idea as of now what is the actual name of the bit, but it's not a hexagonal. It's like a Torx, but it's not Torx. Maybe Jason can actually tell us in chat. Lowering their prices on housings and slider, that will probably happen when the Densel's parts are gonna actually be released to the public. Pretty much the same that happened with the silencing rings when our good friends had Kivmats released the Thok rings, and also they released this fantastic, that is a shameless plug, but I need to, the Kivmat. This is the purple version in the 40% size. It's very, very nice, very well made. And I have the I paid him to do this. Yes, but the products are actually nice. This one I actually paid with my own money. I paid it with my own money, and this is actually very good. Especially if you have a 13-inch MacBook Pro. If you pick either one of this up and you place it on top of the keyboard with an HHKB, you're gonna have a spacer that will prevent key actuation on the keyboard of the laptop. So the more you know. And also for the rings, we have offerings. As of now, they offer the 0.3 millimeter, the 0.5, and also the 0.7. So they have basically the basics that you need for your talking needs. And I think I'm gonna actually use either the 0.5 or the 0.7 on the Neverest, and I'm not gonna use the 0.6 that Deskis provided, simply because I want to use the 0.5 because I used the 0.7 on the S60, and that actually improved quite drastically the upstroke on those 55 grams. They are very nice. So either 0.5 or 0.7 for the Neverest, probably 0.5 since I want to feel the mid-weighted carrots a bit today. And I'll probably switch them up either tomorrow or during the week. So let's put away the fuckeries. And we can actually take a look at the case itself. I already unboxed it when it arrived, just to check if there were any defects or marks that I needed to flag to the folks at Deskis, but it was flawless. And I picked up the silver version. Now it's okay. Yeah, now it's in focus, hopefully. The silver version, simply because I'm tired of the darker tones. And as you can see, it's very, very cold. It is extremely cold. Like there's moisture forming on the bottom of the case. The fits are pre-applied. They're not the biggest that I've seen, and they are quite it feels dense. Not as dense as other boards, but I think, yeah, exactly, like compared to OEM, it's very heavy. It's not as heavy as an HG, but I feel like the HG, especially the PC one, is totally not a balanced board. So a Pro 2 stock with my PCB is 511 grams. So it's 450 grams more. Not as dense as Densos. Yes. You can send one and we can test it. We can start a little league of the heaviest Topher boards. And for comparison, the S60, I think it's pretty much the same in feel. I have no idea if it's the same in weight, but this is the S60 with the Pro 2 stainless steel plate and MT3. And this one is a kilo and 120 grams. So 1,122 grams. Yeah. So it's a bit more, but this is built. This doesn't have anything in it. Admittedly, the S60, the bottom is simply a aluminum flat panel, where the Neverest is actually like a proper bottom case, like on MX boards per se. But the top is way heavier because it's more dense. More dense in the way that there's more material on the top and bottom because of the bezels. Measure the side bezels, of course. So I'm gonna actually use, simply to avoid scratches, I'm gonna use a glove to create a barrier. Okay, so the side bezel is 3.4 millimeters. In the Freedom Land units is 0.134 inches. Yes, buddy. Gloves. I have 2 sets of gloves, actually. The bottom, I guess they're the same. Uh, 3.88, 3.9, more or less. So that will be 0.1535 freedom unit, whatever those are. And yes, I'm gonna keep memeing on the freedom units. The top bezel is 0.3 inches. So 7.7 something millimeters. The blockers, I'm not gonna measure them. Like they are for like true HHKB, so not the rubbish 7U HHKB. So those are your standard spacing, let's say. And yes, the big guns. Me to tell you. Quality calipers, since way before probably 80% of the people in this stream, myself included, were even born. Okay, one thing that I'm noticing that I don't really like is the inner housing screws are pre-assembled. That is not a bad thing by itself, but I can see that some screws have the head that is barely sticking out of the plate, but others are way more like they're protruding way more. So I'm not sure if that is because the screw is actually longer, they're not all equally measured, or if there's something with like the plate being actually warped. So we can start to open it up. Oh, okay, so Jason is saying that it's most likely because they just want to make sure that they are actually biting into the top plate, but they don't want to overdo them. Oh, it's on the PCB. Wait, I think we're mixing chat now. Okay, so different plate material. No, it's all alu because the plate is part of the top of the case. It's a integrated plate system. So it's not like MX boards or some MX boards, because some have integrated plate. But like the S60, for example, uses a separate plate. And the advantage of that is that even on a restricted layout as HHKB, where you can't really work with bottom rows, you still can do some work, for example, at ISO for whatever reason, or do splits if the PCB supports that. In this case, you can't. So if, for example, you want to do a HHKB with ISO, you'll need a totally different top piece. Advantage of this system is you have less parts to worry about. Durability wise, if it's done properly, I'm not against it, but if you go ham on the screws, for example, and you strip the threading, then you have a paperweight, basically, because you can't replace the plate as you would on another design, for example. So this is the bottom piece. 2022, that is engraved. We have the insert that protrudes on the bottom, and that is Comic Sans confirmed, and I honestly don't really dislike that. It's inside. Comic Sans is objectively the best font ever, so who am I to disagree? It's not held down by screws, and the friction is not that high. On the bottom, the finish is way nicer, simply because it has to basically be visible on the outside. On the inner side, the text, I don't think this is treated. No, it's simply like brushed in a horizontal pattern, so this way. Yeah, it's kept in place by the PCB. Don't know if I'm a fan of that, especially because let's say I don't want the foam for whatever reason. They have, I can already tell they have a very low distance between the PCB and the case, so I can tell that by the fact that they have carved out material on the bottom case where the components are. And here we have the pads for the foam that we checked out on the kit. So I will actually apply them. Not gonna lie, the weight is kind of ugly. It's not my favorite, to be honest. But at the same time, I think it's. I mean, it's in the inside of the case, so you're never gonna see that. But I'm the first one to say that that is not an excuse. The bottom is very clean. I gotta say it's very clean. The tolerances are on point. I don't see like misalignment between the hole on the bottom case and the accent piece. Not my favorite, but it could be worse. I'm very glad that they don't have the Neverest or Desk keys text in the same style on the sides. Because that was bad, in my opinion, at least. Integrated plate does seem kind of like rushes in this design. Yeah. Army style. Font cringe. Yeah, you win or you lose. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. It's internal, so you could say that this is basically an inside joke at this point, literally, because it's on the inside of the case. That was a very bad joke. Very bad joke. So, a reasoning for these foam pieces, I guess that it's to avoid the rocking of the top and bottom piece, since you don't have screws that go from the bottom to the top, or like seamless designs, but you have these pillars basically that you have screw going through them. It is possible that maybe once you have them fully threaded, you have a gap, and if you press it, it will not tip over. So that's already a good thing, because we all know that some MX boards, if you try to press escape, you're gonna have a tilty time. Yeah, I think this is simply to soften the to basically like put material in the possible empty space that actually might occur. You really want the foam in there first so you don't squeeze it in. I mean, it's gonna be fine. Also, we have extras, so. And also, it's not very like stiff. It returns to shape pretty well. So it's again literally just to add that little bit of material that can deform to basically comply with the space that it has to work with. Why are there those gaskets? Okay, so I don't even think they act as gaskets again. Like, they don't support anything because the bottom and top piece connects through these pillars that are threaded. You can see them here. And I guess that by the positioning of those are just to basically be sure that, let's say the top case is slightly rocking, so you have empty space. It's basically so you don't have metal to metal that rub and touch against each other. So this basically creates a buffer for the top and bottom. That is my my guess. Kind of a force break thing for the two pieces, basically. So we can put this aside. The top and the bottom is screwed against each other. Yeah, they are. So we're gonna take a look at the top piece now. There's a layer of foam between the PCB and the bottom. I mean, it's your average foam, the same that you can find in MX boards, nothing special. It is custom shaped to basically fit in and have the holes for the pillars to basically go through. One thing that I like to do is always give it a little shake to the foam, especially when they are pre-applied, simply because I don't want any residue of the threading when I unthread the screws to be stuck on the foam and maybe short something on the PCB. Yeah. Okay, we have our usual bazillion of screws for Topre. They are pre-applied, they are Phillips head screws. So they give you a key for the bigger screws for the top and bottom, but not a Phillips head screw. So I came prepared. It's not really a big deal, as I imagine that whoever buys something like this, they're gonna probably have a screwdriver anyway, so oh, and I remember that some of them are longer than others, and they have markings on the actual PCB. So they have a SID screen that says 1, 2 for the screw type. The gaskets will be compressed when the keyboard is assembled, yeah. The top and bottom case will never touch each other. Okay, I'm not sure. I'd imagine that at least where the pillars are, they're gonna touch each other. And even if the board was designed to not do that, it's gonna happen anyway, simply because the stiffness of this material is not that high. So I could probably just rest my phone on this and it will compress fully. Regarding the outer edges, that might be the case. So if they designed the recess of the case so that it will basically float or have a minimum distance between the edge, that might be the case. But for the pillars, I'd imagine that they would touch. And again, even if they designed it so that it wouldn't, there's not really a good way to make a stopper in this case, so that the screws themselves will dictate the distance. So if I screw it in pretty firmly, I will squish the foam anyway. So this is the PCB, and I'm set to report that I did not design it. Pepe said in chat. But by looking at it, I think it's a 4-layer for sure. It is definitely a 4-layer. Where at least either the rows or the columns are traced in the inner layers, and then we have the top side interconnect either the columns or the rows for the matrix. We have a fuse, we have proper decoupling, dual decoupling actually, we have ESD, we have the multiplexers, we have the voltage generating resistors, we have some unpopulated paths labeled as resistors and capacitors, and those go to internal layers, I think. Yeah, those go to either internal layers or like stuff that is not easily recognizable. I'm gonna turn on the light. The balance would probably go to hell. We have proper C2C and A2C resistors. We have a diode, an LED, one of the SMD mounted ones. Let's see if I can point to it. So this package is a diode, an LED, sorry, and we have a hole for the actual LED to shine through, which is this one. I'm not really sure what the purpose of that is, simply because we don't have any hole on the PCB, sorry, on the top case. Let's see if I can overlay it. Yeah, no, actually the LED sits right where this top housing part is located. So for sure, this is, yeah, for sure this is either a debug or like something that is not used actively, let's say. Yeah, again, the PCB is fine. Uses STM genuine parts, so nothing to complain about it. We have an exposed debug and program import, so you bet I'm gonna dump this, even though they provide the firmware. It's AMK based, so it's not QNK based, but it supports VL. The reason for the AMK route is because they are using a G4 series MCU. The G4 series does not have ADC support as of now in QNK. I'm actually working on that, so that's the reason. But if you replace this with a F4, you can do QNK, native QNK. So this is the top case. It's very light, simply because of the sheer amount of material that is removed from this piece. It's well machined, I gotta say. There are no obvious problems with it. I can definitely see though on the outer wall on the inside and not the outside. Kind of like a mark of the machining, both on the outer wall and the inner wall, where the thicker part is, where the actual plate begins, and that is shared on the outer surfaces. But on the external side, it's completely flawless, so that is definitely a good thing. If I look at the plate from the side, it's not warped, so the risk of having the screws too tight is not actually a thing. It is actually very rigid, so to bend this, you'll probably strip the thread first. Yeah. So one thing we're gonna do before starting to build this is open vial and test the PCB, and if the sensibility is okay, I should probably just be able to drag my finger around the pads and they will actuate, ideally. We can move on to the live view and we can open VL. Okay, so it's recognized. And again, since it's not Q&K based, some features are not available. So the Q&K, the tap dance, and all of that is not available. You have the macros and you have your usual 4 layers. By looking at this, I think it's the default HHKB layout and key assignment. I'm not sure about the volume up and volume down though, if they're swapped. I might be tripping. Yeah, and again, you can just tap them and they will actuate. The reason being that you're basically using your finger for the same purpose that the conical spring is used in the final assembly. So there are 2 pads, copper pads on the PCB, and they act as a capacitor. And the way we detect the key press is in normal MX we have the metal context, and that is a binary actuation, so it's either on or off. In the EC we can detect the variation of the capacitance, and that is the analog part of the Topre system. So based on how much the spring is compressed, the detected voltage, for ease of simplification, changes, and from there we can then decide, okay, at a certain threshold we can actuate the key, so we can send a key code, and then at another value, if we were pressing a key, we can then release the key. So that's how it works in a very, very broad way. Okay, so we can actually start to populate the actual top housing. I'm gonna bring on the housings. And I'm gonna make someone cry, probably, but I'm gonna use Lube only for the 2U and the spacebar. And actually, I'm not even gonna do a very good job at it. Because I'm gonna use, I think it's 205G0 or something like that. 205G2 actually, so it's even thicker. And the reason being that it's the only lube that I have and I don't want to spend money on it. And on the S60 and the HG and the HHKB it worked fine. I like the little scratchiness of the 1U. And it's really only to get rid of the ticking on the stabilized keys for me. So there's that. I would actually buy some RO59, but I, for the love of God, cannot figure out how I can import it without being rejected by customs, as it happened with my Topper refrigerator unit that contained a Freon that is illegal in the EU, so I got extremely cucked on that. Yeah. So for this part, Body is gonna have a blast because I'm gonna actually put on gloves. Why? Because I don't wanna leave finger oil residue on the sliders and the housings, and also because later I'm gonna actually use the lube. So yeah. Screw spending dumb money on G0. Exactly. Consider no lube at all. It's actually the first time that I take a closer look at the X housings. It's been a while since I bought them the last time. And they definitely move in the plate. Let me mute the music. And you can actually see that they move. I don't know how much you can actually see that they move though. Gasket them? Yeah, I would, but I didn't got any gaskets, so I'm just gonna cope. I'm actually gonna cope. That's why they sell gaskets, exactly. But I'm a dum-dum and I forgo to actually buy gaskets. One thing that I noticed is that on some housings in the inside there is a little mark. That thing. And I have no idea what that is. It scratches off. Yeah, it's a little spot, and it's not the only one, because this one have it too. You can probably see that. And it's in the same spot, actually. And it's only on one side. There, again, another one. You can see that. This one is fine. And it's on the bottom. Huh. probably it's either I think it's, yeah, probably the like eject pins that they have in the injection mode machine. I'm not even sure if that's the thing that caused that. This one had it too, so other two with that. I don't think it's gonna actually like cause any problems, especially with the silencing rings, but it's a thing worth noticing. Some of them are completely fine. No, they're not injection points. Also because if they actually made injection points in that specific position, that would have been an extremely stupid decision, because that is one of the most important surfaces in the housing, because it's the flat part where either the slider or the silencing rings will sit. So you want that to be as flat as possible. And for the injection, they have a point of entrance here on the top. It's very visible. But then I think I saw it somewhere, other points of injection somewhere. Oh well, it is what it is. It's still better than some of the NIDS housings. Even though the NIDS housings are not that bad, the only thing that I dislike about them is purely the material choice, where going with a transparent housing, it really gives them a bad sound, simply because the formula for the plastic is different. So there's that. Probably if they went with non-transparent housings, the sound would be even better than it already is, because NIDS is not that bad. The problem emerged only when you mix and match OEM topper and NIDS, because for example, the silencing ring on NIDS, the blue one, is actually like a miniaturized version of a O-ring, where the actual cross section is a circle, where the silencing rings are like a rectangle, like a flat piece of poron with PTFE on the other side. So the sound sometimes is iffy, and actually the dome shape makes the sound quite unpleasant, and the ringing on the spring is insane. Sound configuration and mix matching is insanely pingy, and you can't actually do anything about it. I noticed that Des took off the plated gaskets from the side, and Unreal is sold out too. I mean, I will actually see how the build sounds, because again, like, they move now, but if there is enough like free space between the like the end point of the PCB assembly and the domes will compress under the housings, and will basically just fix the housings in place. So that's why I don't get why some people went like crazy Bajigo mode with the gaskets on the plate, and also those like dome gaskets where you basically have the gaskets sit over the dome and in between the bottom of the housing. So at that point you're adding so much material that what is even the point? You're basically foaming up Topre and making it the foam board of the EC ward. I really like the openings for the 1U housings here. Those are very nice. Very nice. That click is very satisfying, yes. And this being a relatively thick material and a unibody design, you don't have the fear of like bending the plate, because I saw some people actually bending the plate because they were basically going like this. So they were doing the iPhone 6 thing where they basically bent the plate. And actually, can we even measure the thickness here? I bet we can. We can totally measure the thickness of the plate. For science, this and way more things. Yeah, we were trying to mimic some of the accidents of normal plate in other builds. So again, this is very unscientific, simply because we have the uncertainty of the finish, but it is what it is. We're gonna pick this up. Can we unfit this? Yeah, we can. We totally can. Where are we gonna measure this? There, okay. We can do this. It's a bit off camera. I'm trying to get around measuring this. .2 something. So we're on point. Not that I expected anything else, but again, we are here, so why not? Come close. micrometer is, sorry, the micrometer is 0, so we can store it. And then we have ads, because of course my ad block is not working for whatever reason. Okay, so we can start to look into doing some Lube job. Okay, so I'm gonna take a flat-headed bit to remove the stabilizer wire. There we go. Wire. One thing that I really don't understand about the 2U situation with desk keys is that if you buy the slider kit, so only like this part, they sell the one without the extra plastic here, but if you buy the like pre-made pre-hole drill thing kit, they come with this. But on the web page they state that the 2U are now improved without the twisting issue, and for people that don't, like, they didn't follow the entire situation, it's a bit confusing because they buy the sliders alone or this kit and they expect the part to be the same, even though I noticed that some people in the server mentioned that in fact they are not. The spacebar is completely fixed, so that's a good thing, but at the same time it's a bit weird. Trying to see if I can position this after. Yes, actually I can. Extra stock they get rid of. Yeah, probably, but at the same time you should probably put a note, like a footnote, saying the fixed one is this one, the unfixed one is that other one. just to avoid like mix and matching. That's the main thing. The wire is completely bent. The edge here is like this. Nice. Like this is very bent. Let me pause the music. If I try to... Okay, so this side is actually good. It's a little bit warped, but this bit is like way out. This bit is up like this. So yeah, it's actually because of that. So I think I can fix that. I have a pair of pliers. We can fix this, don't worry. Okay, now okay, it's ticking again. So we need to bend it a little bit more, and then after that I think we need to bend this part too. Yeah, now we need to twist it a little bit. And a little bit again. Welcome back, Pago. We are fixing EC stabilizer wires. Why is this stream category science and technology? Because I never changed it. Yeah, actually because of the micrometers and calipers, that's why. Okay. We can put the music back. Jason, how did you end up doing the lube and then insert it into the plate? So you basically lubed it, assembled the stabilizer, and then you put them in? Or you placed the housings without the slider already in place, and then you basically just lowered the sliders and then the wire into it? Okay, insert into the plate and then load. Okay, because the space here is very tight, so if I were to go at an angle, that wouldn't work. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, because there's very little space. And I'm gonna do the same for the 1U. So, sorry, for the 2U. Okay, the clearance for the cut on the 2U is significantly better than the One U. I'm not really sure if it's because it's actually not in spec, so on the horizontal is tighter, so it bites into it more. On the vertical is fine. The Neverest sound, yeah, this is royalty-free music. It should be jazz, but it's definitely not jazz. And my ad blocker is not working, so if sometimes you're gonna hear like weird ads in Italian on the background, that's why. That's the main reason. One thing I'm gonna do actually is already remove at least this. If I can actually like fit. Okay. Okay, it's basically Lube time now. What I usually do is place the lid here and have the parts that I have to lube onto that. Oh, good nut, Puggle. Sleepy Puggle. There we go. We also have a sleepy message. And after that, we're gonna start doing the silencing rings. I'm gonna actually use, I think I'm gonna use the 0.5 from Cape Mats, simply because I already used them and I don't want to do the work 2 times. So, yeah. Okay, first thing that I do is usually lube basically the rail part of the 2U on the housing itself. And it's gonna wear out pretty quickly, at least in my experience. Oh, bye bye Andreas, have a good night. Let's go the sheepy again. Sleepy Andreas. There we go. So yeah, I usually do the slider housing, and it's gonna wear out pretty quickly, but it's simply to avoid the initial rubbing that might cause binding in the first stage of usage. There will be a recording. Yes, I actually enabled VOD this time. The very first few streams where I built the Kyria, and another one for the PCB review on Geekhack, I forgot to actually enable VODs, but this will be up on Twitch. And afterwards I'm gonna download it and upload it to YouTube, because I know that after a while they get deleted or overwritten, so I will download it. Okay, then what I do is add a little bit on the bit where the wire is straight before snapping into the clips. Again, to avoid rubbing too much on bare plastic. There is that usual releasing agent that kind of works as a lubricant, but it wears out pretty quickly when you go plastic onto plastic, since it's designed to do that. So I usually don't rely 100% on that to do the job. Okay. Then I'm gonna actually open the rings so I can preset a couple. In the housing. It's not really important that it is perfectly centered. I'm gonna properly align it once this slider is actually in. Okay. So next thing, I lube the contact point on the side of the 2U, and I really don't need the lube to be actually like fresh. The one on the brush itself is just fine since we already applied it on the housing itself. So we're gonna drop it in. Okay. We're gonna do the same on this one. There we go. Now we can actually start to lube the actual wire. So what I usually do is I dip one end in, then I spread it a little bit just to have an even baseline coat, and then pick up a bit more and just jam with it. Then I pick the wire in the middle and do the same. Okay. Then for good measure, we can add a bit on the slider and go inside of where the wire sits and basically just leave a little blob in it. It's gonna get smashed and move around anyway from the wire, by the wire. So it's just to have a bit more so it doesn't wear out. Okay. Then for this part I grab a small flat-headed, I drop it in and it's fine. I just drop a blob, all caps, in a slider and just coat the wire a bit. Yeah, I usually do it in steps, so I try to apply like a baseline coat on the entire surface, simply because then I don't have to worry about, for example, the blob only going on one side, because it happens sometimes that when I do the blob and I start to evenly apply it to the surface of the wire, then it will end up being a blob on one side. And lucky me, that one side without the higher amount of lube is the one that actually contacts with the slider, like the flat surface, and the rubbing is insane. Like, the sound is insane for me. The method that I use tends to leave the 2Us a bit more soft, but in a bad way, because of the extra lube that I put on the housings. But after you simply just test a couple of times, the lube wears out evenly and you don't have that stickiness in the slider itself. So that works for me. It might not work for everyone, of course, and probably some people will actually go as far as saying that if they tried my board right after I lube it, they might think that I just completely dipped the entire board in lube. So yeah, again, it's personal preference, especially with lube and like the procedure of lubing. Also, again, I'm not really a lube guy. Even on the few MX boards that I have, even if there's some like leaf spring sound, I really don't care. Okay. There we go. We can add a bit more on the middle. That is your jar, exactly. The curve at the bottom is actually very good. One thing that I think I mentioned to you, but I mean, that is shipping, so can't really do much, is even though there's a lid that seals pretty well actually, especially once you use it and you clean on the edge of the container, it was a bit oily, so I think it separated a bit during shipping or like in storage, and then in shipping it moves around, but the outside was a bit oily, so I don't know if the container itself was oily and then pressure changes in shipping and all of that, but yeah. I wonder how the like bigger Krytox like jars, how they hold up from the manufacturing plant to basically like final customers, because those are like a kilogram of Krytox. That is a very high amount to separate. And again, I'm doing the same procedure where I lube a bit the housing. Here I'm gonna lube the MX spacebar. I need to center it. Okay, we got it. Yeah, actually that's actually true. That might be a thing that I didn't consider about it. It might explain. And here I'm gonna do the same, but even to a more extreme. So I'm gonna rise this without pushing too much, because otherwise I'm gonna pop it off and it's gonna make a mess. I'm just gonna fill. Yeah, G2, again, it's just the perfect thickness where if you are used to it and you know and you tested it a bit, you know what is the right amount to like break in the lube job and what is the lube that you actually need to consistently, like, that you don't have to relube that basically. So I know, for example, that I need a very thin single coat on the housings, and that will wear off in like 2 days at most. But on other spots I needed like a ton. But it's fine. And also I don't have like a very big collection that I actively work on. So it's not like I'm using like half a kilo of Krytox a year. So I mean, ever since I got it with the felt keep mat, this has been my only source of Krytox. Why? Because I don't lube. I'm way too impatient to do a lube job. The way I said it was very weird, very sus. The phrasing was... I'm waiting for Nico to actually clip that. Okay. What I'm gonna do now
is add a bit of lube on the connecting part of the stabilizer housing. Oh man. That would be actually pretty good ad. Not gonna lie. That would be funny. That's probably a thing that I would expect from a Japanese company, especially with their crazy ad culture. They sent a sassy ad the other day, actually maybe yesterday, about cleaning products like dishwasher products, and that thing was brutal, man. That was sassy, racist, and brutal. And yeah, that was not okay. That was Japan at its peakness. Yeah, exactly. The cleaning dishwasher thing, where they pick up a guy from a certain ethnicity and they whitewash it, like literally whitewash it. Okay, lube job is done. I'm gonna go quickly wash my hands because the gloves makes them very sweaty, and I'll be right back. And we're back. I also removed the spacebar from the S60 so that I can later test it. And you can actually see here on the S60, other than my poor drilling job, there's still lube. You can actually see that on both modes. On the flat side of the 2U housing. And that is exactly what I want. Because again,
the section where the wire actually touches the slider is only the initial part. There we go. It's only the initial bit. So if, let's say, I notice that it starts to tick, what I can do is, since I have so much extra Krytox in there, I can just pick my brush and scoop that in. So I basically have a reservoir of lube on my board. And they're stored in a controlled humidity and temperature case. So I'm not even afraid of them just drying out. One of the nicer features of the drilled to you is the ability to touch up the lube job without having to take apart the board. Exactly. At first, it was a copium mechanism, the one where I just say I'm gonna make bigger holes so I can scoop the lube, but actually it turned out to be a real feature for me. So from a meme to an actual feature, literally. Okay, so we are done with the stabilized keys. We're gonna move on to the one use. And I'm gonna also bring up the little booklet so that I can then remember which screws go where. Yeah, this is totally not a jazz playlist. After this one, I might change it. One of the nicest features about the thok rings is that the cut, the inner circle cut, is very precise. It's basically the same as the actual diameter of the slider, so it slides down and it stays in place. That is a thing that I greatly appreciate. Also, as I mentioned on my review, a very brief review, the separation from the blister, so the plastic carrier, and the circle is very clean. So by, yeah, probably you sent it before, but basically by separation I mean the residual material on other rings that I use, mainly China, Sassy China, so maybe that's why. When you try to basically bend, then go under and scoop them out, you see how they go clean without dragging out the inner part. On other rings that didn't happen, and I had to basically just rub my finger and then manually separate the rings from the inner part. So that's what I mean by inner parts. Because again, the stickiness, like the blister itself is not sticky per se. Like, yeah, it's sticky, but only because of the way it's constructed. The stickiness is given by the interaction between this part of the blister and the PTFE. So that's a thing that I greatly appreciate. Let's see if I can find a very, like a real jazz playlist, not a saucy one. Okay. And feel free to ask other music genre or to raise or lower the volume
of the music. This seems to be 100% jazz, not some sassy stuff. And there we go. There's the ad. I really hope that all of the extra foam inside of the board doesn't contribute too much to the muting of the sound of the board. Because I rather have a muted sound because of my Lube job or the thicker rings, or even like a more dense dome material, than it being caused by some external factor. Because as someone mentioned earlier in chat, the dome, sorry, not the dome, the foam sheet actually serves a purpose by making sure that the weight, like the accent piece, doesn't touch the PCB. And that's actually a thing that I don't like. Like, I would like the accent piece to be screwed in. And it's not unreasonable, simply because I'm gonna actually remove it again later. Because in order to have the finished job on that, they have two clamping holes. I don't know if it's a threaded hole, but anyway, like, there is material to actually do like a couple of screws. And again, those screws are not really for like support. Thin double-sided tape. Yes, but then I couldn't remove it. Like, I could not remove it. And like, already as of now, the tolerances on the actual like rectangular piece and the accent piece itself are so tight that if you're not pulling it or exploiting gravity on a perfect 90 perpendicular angle, it's gonna basically bind in one side, and that's actually not ideal. I mean, not that on the bottom of the PCB in that section there's something. I mean, yeah, actually it could be those resistors here could be shorted, and if you short those, say bye-bye to the actual rating, because that's what generates the voltage being read. But yeah, I don't know if the weight design was kind of a rushed thing because of the sassy dude that joined the server to basically say, oh, Everest is a trademark, even though it's actually not a trademark. But again, the beams that they pulled out of it were more than enough to fuel up our addiction of topper boards for a year at least. And the memes were actually pretty good, so. Shiny side down, yeah. Usually what I do is put the PTFE, so the shiny part, towards the housing. Simply because I had this fixation where if I were to press them and release them like pretty quickly, especially on higher weightings, I had the phobia that the foamy part would make them stick to the housing and not the slider. That way they will basically tilt. So let's say this is the typical Italian noise hand. So this is the stem, this is the ring. It would basically just tilt and make noise. But instead, if I put the foamy side like this, touching the slider, that is the actual surface that I want to be in contact with, I thought that that would be better, because if I wanted to stick somewhere, I would very much prefer it to be the slider than the housing. But again, I didn't test it too much to see if it actually makes a difference, so it is what it is. And on OEM boards, I saw it both ways. So it was either HHKB with black sliders or Real Force. They had like a mixed version of that, so. And one of the sliders was not, one of the housings was not seated properly. So that's a good thing that I noticed that. But yeah, the proper separation of the rings are saving me a ton of time. I'm speeding through this. And using the little notch on the slider as basically an anchor point is perfect. I just scoop in, I bring up, I anchor, I leave it, and since it's the perfect measure in diameter, it will sit properly. Building topper is way more fun than MX. Yes, and it's, in my opinion, less tedious actually. You only have to pay attention to the like this, making sure that the domes are properly seated and flat and all of that, but actually, like probably the most difficult part, and by most difficult I mean the most tedious, is make sure that the springs are all seated properly. And that can be a real pain, especially if you're using the same set of springs for multiple builds multiple times. So they might stretch, the base might uncoil itself. So even if they're seated properly, the ending bit of the coil would sit not in the like whole dome section, but on the flat side, where it gets crammed by the housing, that might cause weird noises. But that's usually only a problem if you mistreat the springs themselves, or if, for example, you didn't pay enough attention when tearing down the OEM board, and you have, for example, on Real Forces the big dome sheet that you basically unwrap, and that might cause damage to the springs. I'm noticing a cosmetic issue on the inside of the case now. I don't seem to be able to remove it with IPA. So I have 2 stripe marks. I don't know if you can see this. Okay, like here you can kind of see it. Those 2 marks are saucy as hell. You can see them at an angle. They almost seem like, you know, when you use your board with like bare hands for a while and you have that kind of oil darkness on especially silver alu, where if you try to rub it, it basically creates flakes of like material, like organic stuff. That is actually this seems like the same, but it doesn't clear out with IPA nor water. So okay, cave mat. Ortho, yes. Split, yes. Bluetooth, maybe. Maybe. And by maybe, I mean, if only I had the time to port the code to ZMK, the Helix would work perfectly. But the fact that they don't have OLED nor how's it called? Dynamic remap is my excuse to not do that. And like the premises of ZMK were okay with me at first, but now with the fact that I have to think that my boards might be used by random folks that don't even know me, like they might find the project on GitHub or like buy the board from someone. I don't really see the advantage of publishing them if they have to go and recompile the firmware every time that they need a key map change. And with ZMK, it's relatively easy because you can use GitHub Actions, but still you need to know how to edit the key map file, and that might not be that intuitive for the average user. First of all, because they need an account, so that's bad in and of itself. There is a remap online tool that I think Sleep Dealer or a Bastler showed off. But again, ZMK is so fragmented, but I don't know if it actually works with the latest changes. So yeah, it's not very intuitive. Like you saw with the APC, or simply the fact that that you have to, like, you have variability, so much variability between even only domes, like BKEs and normal closed top domes with EC. Like if I need to add the firmware flash too, people are gonna kill me. VO support what? I was talking about ZMK. Not sure we were talking about the same thing then. Or at least angled plate. Yeah, I'm actually streaming. I wasn't making up excuses for not sending you outlines and files. Don't worry. We are building the Neverest 60 by X JIS. And we are using Thock rings by Kibmats, available in 0.3, 0.5 and 0.7 millimeters thickness. Made out of genuine poron with PTFE backs for increased durability. Links in chat. I think you can send the links, Kips, so you can spam the link of the product page. Okay, this is definitely a way better, way better jazz compilation than the other one. That one was trash. I think I have all the rings installed. I only need the spacebar and we're Gucci. Do they make a big difference? Yeah, Fanboy headphones. They were on sale, $20, so couldn't say no. Did it make a difference? The rings themselves or the thickness of the rings? Which one? And compared to what? The rings, yes, they do. They reduce the clackiness of plastic to plastic sound when there's the return, basically. It's not really an equivalent to that in MX, because if on MX the problem is the bottom out, where you have, for example, in silent switches, you have on the sliders like rubber inserts to dampen out the bottom out, and in some cases actually the bottom up too. In Topper, the slider doesn't actually touch the PCB. The only part that might touch is you have a slider here. So the center point contacts the dome, but the two little legs, you can see them there. The two little legs are the one that actually are guided in the slider guide, but the end bit smashes against the dome.
So the dampness of the downstroke is always present, simply because when you go and press, they are at an angle. You always have the bottom of the slider, the little finger is here, go against the dome sheet. So you always have material for the downstroke. The upstroke is the problem, because if you don't have anything in between them, it is plastic on plastic. Two very big surfaces. So this inner section and the flat sides here on one side and the other. So the ring helps by basically adding a material that softens the contact. Exactly. Like the basic function principle is the same, but there are like some parts of it that are inherently different. Is by how the switch work. So for example, you must have the extra screws so that you can smash everything together. So that's the requirement. On a Max you don't need that, because the switches are soldered to the PCB. Is there a reason you're not using plate gaskets for this? Okay, so the holes are not tight. They move. The housings move. I don't know if you can see that too much. You can kind of see it. Yeah. The reason is because I didn't bought them. They are not provided with the kit, even though that would be a good addition, since the clearance, I guess, is gonna be the same on all the units. So that would be a nice addition actually on the baseline kit. And yeah, that's basically it. Also, I usually don't buy them because for me it's a waste of money, because I usually count on the domes actually basically doing the same job. They have a certain thickness, and I count on the fact that when I screw in the PCB, they're gonna smash, like they're gonna compress, and that will hold the housings in place. I never had any issues with that. It was an issue on the RealForce RGB, but the RealForce RGB R1, like the first revision, was shit anyway, so there's that. That was an unfixable board. So yeah, about the travel reduction, to be honest, I, at least on the higher weightings that I use, it's really not a problem. So I can use either 0.5 or 0.7 pretty much interchangeably. Other might not feel the same way, but it is what it is. Now we're gonna cut some domes to use them in the in some of the key positions where we don't have like we can't use the entire 4-unit piece.
Okay, here we need a 3 unit, so we can do this. One thing that I really like about the Desk JIS domes is that they provide cut guides on the dome itself. I don't know if you can actually see that. There, you can actually. There, even on the middle. That is a very nice feature. Very nice. Here I want a 3 unit again. And the guides are very useful, not only to find the center line every time, but also to allow you to use any pair of like decent cutters that are not of the roller type, so the disc type. Because otherwise you're gonna have a very bad time trying to cut with scissors like normal OEM domes, because being rubber, the cut will go everywhere. So for those, you really want the like the roll type, where you have a disc, a cutting disc, and you basically go straight at it. But in this case, you don't need that, and it's actually a very good thing. And there's another ad. Okay. And again, another thing that I like about Desk JIS domes is that on the inside there's, I can actually show it better like this. There's a little like nipple that protrudes inside of the dome, and that actually help with the proper setting of the spring, because the first few turns of the spring will actually like align with that. So if you have an alignment on the bottom and you align like the flatness of the dome, you're pretty much guaranteed to have a properly seated dome. Yeah, that is actually one thing that it will never change. I can't even say unfortunately, because like the way Topre is implemented is what makes it good. In basically every configuration, like everyone can find their own type heaven basically. And that is not a reference to the type heaven keyboard that is also Topre. Is that the way the assembly works is it's perfect if you do it right, but if you want to try multiple things, first you're gonna spend a fuck ton lot of money. Even if you go harvest and you are in EU, there's so much financial wisdom that you can do before it becomes basically unobtainium to buy everything, because you then have to keep into account the taxes and all that. So again, even if you have a very good experience with customs and all of that, at the end of the day you're gonna still pay a fuck ton lot of VAT and all of that. So the experimental aspect of Topre is very limited by the willingness of the user to spend money, which is, it's the same on MX, but the fact that then you have to take it apart and do all of the other work can be a bit intimidating, and I actually don't really like that part. So that's why I defaulted to OEM, and lately I'm going off the custom route, mainly because of the design work that I'm doing with the PCBs. So that is making me more interested in custom stuff, but at the same time, like the easy and like good feel that every OEM board has, it's simply unmatchable on MX. Like if you buy the most random 91U off of Mercari or whatever, if it's a Type S HHKB or a 91US, you're guaranteed to have a good time. Even though the board is 10 years old and it's been in the Salaryman dungeon, it's gonna sound great anyway. Okay, I gotta find the springs now. Found them. Exactly. A well-worn Topper board sounds definitely better. And that is not a copium or like some weird fetish that we try to push for Topper. That is actually factual. Okay. Small review of the springs. Okay, they're not on par with OEM springs. They're definitely softer. The thickness might be different of the wire itself. The number of turns seems the same. I definitely think that these are more prone to ringing, and they're not of the best quality in terms of finish. Yeah, the conical ones. And what I mean by the finish is the tip, so the small section one, is actually consistent on every spring. What I hate on the outer bigger edge is that I can probably take a picture that is better. They basically curl into the spring again, and that is a thing that for sure will cause problems. And by for sure causes problems, I mean that you're gonna have inconsistent thickness. I don't know if you can see that from the picture. But here, it curls inside, and it being on the first coil means that this bit is inside the spring. So the first/second coil will not sit flush with the inner ones because you have an extra bit that prevents that. Could you clip it? Probably. Do I want to do that? I don't know. I'm gonna ask Jason if you remember this being a thing on your units. If not, how the springs sounded, like if you had any problems. Because otherwise I can try to search for gold springs in my vault. Okay, so it was a thing on yours too. Okay, so this is interesting. Yeah, exactly. The gold springs are so much better. Let me see on the server. I'm gonna see if I have enough strings. Let's see. Okay. I found some springs. I don't think they're gonna be enough though. They're definitely not enough. I can see. Yeah, it actually might be worth doing a custom order. I have a manufacturer that I was gonna try, but then like springs became like available, kinda. So yeah, keep Matt. Looking at you, I'm pointing at you. You're gonna make the springs. Posted a pic. Let's see. Oh yeah, those are perfect. And even OEM springs, I noticed that some springs are like gold, even though they're not gold. Like they are like this, like zinced color. they are far better than the non-gold ones. The FC660C non-silenced uses silver, like normal metal springs. They are complete garbage. They ring so much in every single board that I tried them on. It's insane. I'm gonna see if I can find other springs and be back in under 15 seconds. And we're back. I can actually show them for people in chat if Discord decides to load it. Yeah, they're not loading. Perfect. What I can do is do a screenshot of those. So this. They're basically gold. That's the perk. So we're gonna see if I can use, this is the bento box, the Topper bento box. If I can use some springs that I picked up from a MCWR, because I think those are gold, like non-silver springs, basically. Yeah. I can actually use them. And actually, this set of trays, the models were made by Andreas, 23_Andreas, and they are spring organizers. We've also thought about doing like a flat only tray for like stickers and stuff like that, spare domes. We also have a top piece with screw organizers for like MX, Regal Force R1s and all of that. Yeah, I'm gonna use this. It was fine-ish. I just want something to blame for my actual problems. Actually, might not be copium, you know? Like, you might be convinced that you're coping, but then when someone presents you with a possible issue with the parts themselves, it's not unreasonable to think that that might cause some of the issues. And the consistency also might be the issue, because on the picture that I sent, the curling occurs in the first ring, like the first coil. On this one, it happens again on the ending bit, but the curling, it's so that it's stuck between two of the basically steps. So that will for sure cause some noise.
Like, this is a far worse situation than the old one. Because now you see that the curling is not on the highest point, but it's in between two separate coil levels. And that is definitely a very bad thing. I think what happened here is that the machine that is responsible for the cutting at the end or the beginning, because I don't know in which order they're curling them out, doesn't account for the pre-tensioning that is needed to actually shape a metal rod. Because at the end of the day, the spring is just a metal rod. It's just thinner than usual. Also, the bagging system is not ideal. Like the fact that they stack on top of each other, that causes issue. If you try to separate them not properly, they're gonna stretch. I know this is the most reasonable way to ship them, because it's low volume. You cannot beat this. Like, something like this cannot be beaten, but it's costly. Even if you do a purely cardboard system, you're gonna still have problems for cost purely. If someone, I don't think they sell those in, like, outside of EU. If someone here is from EU and buys Starbucks Nespresso capsules, they sell a box, like a gift box sized, like a bento box, that have individually separated capsules, and that is purely cardboard. But for springs, either you sell them at like the quantity needed for that specific board, or you're gonna waste a lot of material for the remaining 60 units that you actually don't use. And yeah, the nipple actually helps a lot with the alignment. I'm gonna send a picture. You can see that those are OEM from an old MCWR board. You can see that the first ring perfectly matches the nipple, or I should say the nipple matches the spring, and that alone allows you to have a perfect alignment. You just need to check if the spring is not deformed, and if a spring, for example, is too high, and even by tapping it doesn't sit properly, then the spring is probably stretched, so you should probably not use that. And the nipple is actually responsible for that quick and easy spot of a bad spring, or a spring that simply is not in very good shape compared to the others. And if they're in good shape, they're gonna actually sit flush with the dome sheet without any problems. And that alone is a very good indication of quality springs, and if you harvested them, a attention to details when basically tearing down the board. You didn't treat the springs uncarefully.
And this is going so fast. There's a dust bit in this dome. It's gonna be very interesting how the MT3 are gonna feel like with the Carrots domes. I tried them on the BKE from a 2011 board, the editing board for the nonlinear BVE system, and those were extremely tactile. Took forever to properly cut and clean the domes, but it was worth it. Oh, hi Dragon. Glad you could make it. Okay, so all the springs are seated. What I'm gonna do now is put away the bento box tray and go on with the PCB assembly. I'm moving the springs to the highest tray simply for ease of organization. Then we close it just like a bento box. There we go. Okay, now we actually need to check the instructions. So they say that the screws labeled number 1 are the 4mm ones, and the number 2 are the longer ones, so the 8mm ones. So what I'm gonna do is pick the shortest first. So the 0.1. Actually, no, I'm gonna pick the longest since they are in the positions of the 2U, and those keys are the one that worries me the most, simply because I want them to be properly aligned. Is that a SIP PCB? No. Unfortunately, I was not involved in this PCB design. This PCB was made by Astro, and I think, don't quote me on that, he's a Chinese designer, so China-based. I'm not really sure. He did other PCBs, namely the Matrix Labs TKO and the Falcon EC PCBs. I'm not gonna throw shades too much, but as other people in here and people that we both know can testify, those were not the highest quality PCBs. They had a lot of actuation issues, ghosting, and all sorts of problems. Okay. SIP replacement PCB when? I was actually planning on doing one. But to be honest, I don't see the value in here. Like, it would be literally just wasted resources and time for me. From what I can see, Desk offers replacement PCBs upon request. Because I saw some user, for sure one, that had a DOA board, and they offered a replacement PCB, no problem. So, and again, the main advantage would be to have like proper QNK support. I think I can port this on QNK without too much issues. Famous last words. But yeah. I was actually asking Jason to send me pictures when he got his unit, because I wasn't planning on getting one. So I wanted to do the funny and do a replacement PCB without the actual PCB on hand. But yeah, the firmware is open source, quote unquote. Like, it's not publicly like advertised. You need to know the designer GitHub name to actually find it. They have shared the UF2 file, because this board uses the tiny UF2 system for the flash. But yeah, you could do a F4 swap of the MCU, because the G431 that is in here and the 411 should have pin-to-pin compatibility. So there's that. Okay. The PCB is mounted. It looks quite good. I'm gonna move all this stuff not too far off. I'm gonna play a bit with the lube, as I said earlier. There we go. We can turn off the music just for now. Cover to create thickness for the springs to sit around. I'm not sure I'm getting what you mean there. What do you mean by creating thickness? Like simply for the alignment purposes? Oh, these mods are extremely moist. I need to break them in very much. Okay, so we have the bottom piece. What I'm gonna do is I mean, you could do that, but that would only work properly if the springs are all equal. So what I mean by that is, let's say you have deformed springs because they're old, they're used, whatever. If you create a like hard physical barrier, that might cause more problems than good, you know? I'm not saying it's not a good idea, because it is a good idea actually. But at that point, you might end up having issues where even the smallest defect might cause like a bazillion of issues. Let's see if I can use my screwdriver here. Yes, I can. Because, like, to be honest, for example, the white ring on the PCB actually served a purpose. Like, not many people realize that because on older boards they were kind of neglected. But the white circle on the older boards, and in recent years with the HHKB and the Real Force R2, the entire pad being white covered in silkscreen, it's actually a protective measure. On the older boards, they used the rings because the edges of the springs were not trimmed always equally, and they were pointy. So the silkscreen was meant to create a barrier for the basically between the ring and the spring, to not scratch the PCB. And in recent years they did a full white circle, because now they don't have vias anymore in the pads, but they have only copper. So that was a protective measure. And added a bit of thickness, but not too much, so it is what it is. Okay, now that I mounted it, the screws don't come through as much as before, so that was literally just the PCB being bent a little bit. Not ideal, but it is what it is. So the board is fully built without caps. We can measure the weight. The lube is minimal, so that would not contribute to any weight. Now it's 1 kilo and 81 grams. Before it was 991 or 911 grams. I gotta check the VODs. So we added about 100 grams worth of EC parts and domes.
The weighting of the springs, I'm not even counting on that. How do two U caps play with this, since there isn't a stabilizer for the cap? The stabilizer is integrated into the keycap, into the housing itself. So the way it works is, I can show it actually on this board. No, it won't wobble. On the older ones, it would wobble a little bit because it wouldn't have support. But on the newer ones, it is correct that you only have the center stem actually connected, but the stabilized stems, so the 2U, now sit on additional plastic bits. So this and this. So even though they are not physically connected through a stem, they have still material that can push directly from the point of contact and not create a lever force where you have a distance from the center point. They could, but at that point you might have to create actually no, they couldn't. They could, but they would need to do a pretty fine job of molding, because the opening is not for looks. The opening is because there the wire actually slides on the stem, like the tail part itself. Sorry, not the tail, the beige slider. They could do that. The mold would be extremely expensive though, because you'll have a blind hole, and that would cause very, very high inconsistencies and rejection rates. How do I know that? Because I tried to design one and I fucked up. Yeah, that wasn't fun, and that's why then I convinced my PM to buy the SolidWorks Flow license. Hello from France. Hello. We are building a Thoctopre board today. Another thing that I noticed that this kit doesn't come with is a spacebar spring, a center spacebar spring. Unless I'm blind and I didn't saw that, it doesn't come with any. Which is probably understandable, since the spacebar stabilizer kit from Deskis doesn't come with it, but being a kit, I would expect that. I mean, they're offered now. I don't know, I ordered it. Let me check when I ordered it. But it was like recently, like very recently. Okay, I confirmed my order March 23rd. So a week ago. I don't know. I was probably cucked. That's the only thing that I can think of. At least the only one that makes sense. So yeah.
Oh, the spacebar is far better than my sussy OEM and Duskies one. I definitely need to break them in, especially the left shift because it's moist AF. I probably double lubed it without realizing. But yeah, it is what it is. Oh no, I won't lube the PCB. Yeah, the stands are very tight. On the stabilized keys, they are very tight. Extremely tight. On the One U, they are perfect. As in, they have the right amount of grabbing force. The 2Us are extremely tight. It's not for nothing that people had cracked space bars or cracked artisan keycaps, resins, all of that. It was a big thing. I mean, oh my god, Toasty, bruh. I knew that. I was hoping that you wouldn't go as far. How's the sound so far? Muted. But I tried the mods that are the only one that are lubed, and they are over lubed by a bit. So I'll have to actually break them in as per usual to actually remove that. I gotta say, the look of dark housings with the desk sliders, I like that better than the gray housings. And now I gotta buy more MT3 so I can actually use this other board that I'm taking the keycaps off of. This is the Fog Temple. To be honest, I'm not the person to actually ask that, especially on stock, because even if I lose like a lot of travel, I would still go with 0.7. 0.3 is, in my opinion, especially on like not properly lubed, so you only go and install the rings. 0.3 is probably the copium. Like 0.3 does virtually nothing, especially because you have so much inconsistency between like wear and use, and like the parts themselves being inherently inconsistent, that either you have like 0.5, even for unsilenced, because if you then start to talk about unsilenced normal stems, if you go 0.7, the assembly process can be quite tedious, because yeah, you lose travel, but at the same time, since the stem, the slider sits higher, the dome sheet, like the base of the dome sheet, does not properly align and key in with the bits of the housing. So you'll have a very hard time actually aligning everything and assembling it, because the domes will basically float on top of the housings. And if you're not used to like hover a big PCB even with one hand and keep it flat with the surface under it, you'll end up with springs all over the place. 0.5 is still okay if you have taken apart a topper board even one time and you're like used to do keyboard stuff. But if you're not, that's gonna be a tough time. I can already tell that the S60 with the stainless steel plate, whether you use MX or OEM, sounds more like a OEM board. And by that I mean that the empty space it helps basically give that empty space in the plastic sound. Yeah, just ship me a board with it and without the rings so I can listen to it zip. Hey, I could probably host a meetup. Probably. I hope. But the Italians will not be invited. Only Dragon and Toss and some other people. That's a good trade. Okay, so we're gonna mute. Don't know if I can like do this in a good way. So this is S60, no lube, 0.7 rings. That's basically it. Stainless steel plate. There are gonna be differences, of course, because here I don't have keycaps, but you can kind of hear that. So it is kind of like a very consistently lubed OEM board. Of course there's gonna be differences, and the fact that the case inside is empty and the bottom is a pure sheet of aluminum, you can see a very distinct difference between the typing area and the case. Like simply doing this, you hear that it's not an HHKB. Like even the Pro 2, that is not the highest quality build. It's solid. If you do this, you can hear the resonance almost, even though there's no ringing. But it's very consistent. The Neverest instead. No, you didn't miss the sound test. I was comparing the sound of the S60 with like OEM, and now we're gonna compare it with the Neverest. So the S60 used 0.7. This is 0.5. Okay, so definitely the spacebar is way better on the Neverest. I think the main reason for that is that since we have the mounting screws that hold the top and bottom case under the 1.5U mods, so this 4, we have a very, very high downward force, like a buckling action right where we have the spacebar. So that helps with any ringing and like motion that the spacebar inherently have. On the S60, that is purely floating design, so you don't have any mounting on there. You're only relying on the OEM positioning of the screws to basically buckle the stabilizers. The gasket parts do nothing. Like they really do nothing. They compress and they fill up the empty space where there are no screws. Like that's basically it, because we have two here and 2 here, this area basically, and the mounting screws for the top and bottom case are here. So they literally just serve the purpose of avoiding the, oh, this is a good board, no screws. What if I tap here and then you hear ding 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 ding, so metal against metal, in the case that the case is not perfectly straight. So that's basically it. Like there's no point in the gaskets, because again, there's no stop error. The screws would go as far as you want. The thing that someone was saying that the top and bottom don't touch, that is not true, because I don't know if you can see it. They totally touch, because you can see that the USB cutout have the top and bottom piece, and they totally touch. And this edge goes against the entirety of the board. So it's not like, oh, but the USB cutout is higher or lower than the rest of the edges. That's not the case. I don't know why Body thought that. Probably because they call them gaskets. So probably he inherited the gasket functionality in MX, but this is not the case. And actually, what I think causes more resistance when closing the board is the foam sheet, because when you lower the top case into it, you can feel the material. So you need to kind of press it a little bit and equally go at the screws and progressively screw them in, like on the Threadripper CPU socket. Because if you overdo it, either you crack the screw or you're gonna end up with a crooked assembly. I'm not saying it because this is the case, like no issues here, but like general rule of thumb, if you have multiple screws, go in circle, don't over tight one to then find out that it's not properly aligned. So that's the sound is very consistent. Sound is very consistent. I can feel plastic moving, and I'm not sure if it's because I don't have gaskets or something else. Probably the gaskets. Okay, they're not the gaskets. They're the keycaps. I think there's way, like a little bit more clearance in the stems, even though they look not like they look fine. Okay, some of the housings definitely move more than they should. Some of them are perfect. Some of them, they definitely move. So this one is fine, but this one, let's see if I can't really show that. Yeah, I don't know if I can actually convey the movement. It's not unreasonable. It's a bit of a pain in the ass because now I gotta wait for gaskets, and to be honest, I'm not even sure I wanna wait for it. Like the board sounds nice. It sounds consistent, per se. Like maybe there are also, yeah, like the board is consistent. The feel of the keys is consistent across all of the rows, where on the S60 that is definitely not the case. The mods are nice. The sound is stiff. It's stiff because of how the board is designed. So you have a big chunk of plastic that returns, and even with the silencing ring, like the vibration needs to go somewhere. And since it's such a tight build, with the foam and everything, it resonates. If I keep my hand here and I go down and lift up, I can feel the vibration. It's not ringing, so it's not a resonance kind of vibration, but I can feel when the upstroke happened. On the X60 didn't happen. That is definitely because of the plate system instead of integrated plate. It is more like the HHKB, but without the resonance left over, because this is plastic, this is metal, and that is of course a thing that is different. Let me see if with the rings, sorry, not the rings, the springs installed, the board still works and function properly. I'm gonna turn back on the music. USB positioning is fine. For clearance with USB cables, I have a cable mod, USB-C cable, that clears perfectly. The recessed is on point. Those keycaps, MT3 JIS caps, yes. So the alphas and some of the mods are from the Nihon MT3 Dev TTI set. The mods, apart from the spacebar, are from the RGB mods kit. And the spacebar, let me check, because I posted this in, where is it? Conical Gallery. The spacebar is the MT3 Fairline spacebar kit. Yeah, the alphas were extremely low quantity, and I grabbed them when I still use ortho, like only ortho, and they were just released. They did like 2 rounds and then nothing more, which is quite unfortunate because the legends, especially on the sub-legends, are perfect. They have 0 smudges. They're perfect. Simply perfect. They didn't do the diagonal legends. Oh, you mean that the legends are like straight and not in the italic styling. I don't know, I kind of like the italic like part of the fonts, but not on every set and not on every legend font actually. Oh, you're welcome. We'll probably do more streams in the future, so I'll post this of course in the server and on my Instagram and all the other parts where I have links and all of that. Now of course Streamlabs is doo-doo, and when I reply the comments don't work. There we go.
Okay, matrix tester. Oh. Okay, so everything works. I'm curious to see if there's any kind of debug that I can read from this board. I can probably enable it afterwards. So there's no sign of debug options, at least not in the HID console. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, overall, I'm satisfied, I gotta say. It's a very dense. It's in line for density with the S60, but it's having smaller bezels definitely helps with the more chunkier, in a good way, feel of the board. The finish, at least on my unit, is on point. Apart from those weird halo effects on the inner side, clearances and parallelism on the case is on point too. Screws were fine too. The finish is nice. It's silver with a bit of a like sparkly in it, but it's not as sparkly like the Matrix board that is like unmatchable. Even the plate where you can see between keys from this angle on stream, it seems like it's the same color as the blockers, for example. It is in reality the same color, but being at a different height, it seems more of a darker color, but it's still a pretty good look. The build experience is, I gotta say, easier than I expected. The guide that it comes with is well made. It lists everything you need. I don't know if they have a build guide like a video, but probably for novice people, some indications about the spacebar specifically. So you first want to insert the spacebar stabilizer and then the stem and the wire. That might be a thing to look out for, simply because you don't have space, like you literally have no space on the bottom. The wire barely fits. So that might be an improvement or something to like signal to the user. A thing that I can't really say I like is the accent piece. By itself on the outside is fine. I like it. It also blends in very well. The finish, like the texture, is the same as the silver, even though this is a gold piece. But the internal is not my favorite. The brushed finish is out of place, in my opinion. The Comic Sans is fine. I like memes, so that is not a problem for me. The way it's fixed is not of my like preference.
The fact that you need to rely on the foam sheet to basically keep it in place is not a very good thing in my opinion. There are actually two clamping holes. So basically the accent piece is a rectangle that is this size basically, and there are two holes. If those two holes were passed through, you could screw it on the bottom of the case, like internally through the bottom of the case. That will resolve the how do we keep this in place issue. Apart from that, that's basically it. The board is very nice. It's consistent. Regarding the PCB performance, as of now it works. I would have to test it on like different conditions. So right now is a chill day. Hotter days are coming, so that might influence a bit, but you can always tweak that in the firmware. Although you don't have the slider system, it's still perfectly fine. It's not really a problem, in my opinion. So yeah, for me it's a buy. The price might seem a bit steep. We can check the pricing now. So the 60 is 479, okay, 480 for the barebone kit. Barebone is only the case, the PCB, and like the accessories and all that. No slider, no anything. 480 bucks for a 2-piece with an integrated plate and this type of course. Not unreasonable. You're paying the Topper premium at this point. You're also paying the low quantity. I think I know the menu that they went with. Not unreasonable. They have 2 SKUs, so that is fine. Regarding the assembly option, yeah, you did. They took the picture, sent in their server, and they put it in the product page. There should be one outside. There was, oh, there we go. I jumped on it. So yeah, the kit is $639. The assembly is not available anymore. Not a bad thing, in my opinion. So the price difference is $640, $480. Thanks Windows for always giving us the worst possible results. Like, I'm asking a math function, like, I can't. This is literally why Windows is doo-doo. Okay, 160. 160. If we were to pick the parts, and let's go by their like bill of material. So we have, if I I recall correctly, we have 4 70 pieces. Four of this. Okay. Then we have the... Okay, so the 2U assembly. Let's say you're buying divided by 2. Okay, so it's 23. Okay. We're gonna divide it later. Then you gotta add the sliders. I mean, we are already way over. Like, only with this, without the wire, we're looking at 180 plus the rings. Let's say $10 if you're buying from Unreal. But then you gotta wait like a month. That is way cheaper. Where is the math? Yeah, the total was 160. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, plus $25 of springs. I mean, I didn't use that, but it is what it is. Oh, and the domes. Wait, I forgot about the domes. Bro, we are way off. God damn. 68 pieces. Out the cart. Okay, we are already at 242. That is a steal. We are basically looking at, so 265. Let's round it up with a $25 of springs. 265. That is a little over half of buying the parts by themselves. That is quite a lot of saving. So my personal take on this is, if you're gonna buy this, buy it in the kit. It might seem like a big hit all at once. 640, it's a lot of money, but unless you have already parts, so you're one of us, and by one of us I mean one of me, Jason, Nico, that have like bazillion of parts already and they know that they are in good condition. So it's not like you have a random kit that is shit. You want to buy the full kit, because otherwise you're getting fucked over by the parts. Yeah. You could use a 91U silence and then buy a used HHKB or a leftover and use the housings from the real force and the caps from the HHKB and spacebar items. At that point, you really wanted to save a box, so you can do that, but again, the average user would not do that. So yeah, the bare bone is if you know what you're doing, like extremely if you know what you're doing. Otherwise, AC kit all the way. The price is tip. You can buy with PayPal. I think they have the free payment options, like the 3-month, whatever it is, payment options available, if that's your thing. But yeah, like at the end of the day, you're gonna pay more down the line if you buy the case and then you decide, like, you say, okay, I'm coping and one of the parts too. Like it's the same dilemma as the MX Ward, where
you basically you're in a weird situation where you don't want to see the big number, but if you do the math, by spending less each time, you're actually spending more down the line. So if you buy the bare minimum switches, then you need a couple more, and that's gonna drive the price up. And after a while, you're 25% over the initial price. And again, this board is gonna be available for a while, so the usual, oh, you can wait and get a little bit of funds and then buy it. It's actually a very applicable thought process. In the MX, you can do that usually because the group buys last forever. In EC, it wasn't always the case. Actually, it was never the case. Like group buys were not a thing for EC. If they were, like, they were very limited, you need to know about them. So yeah. So yeah, the Neverest 60. Definitely, if you want I gotta say portable because the footprint, the space footprint is limited. You have a very, very nice, although not really protective in a way, in the sense of like padding, but from scratches and all of that, if you're putting it in a backpack for travel, work, whatever, travel maybe not, it's a bit heavy, like a kilo and something, so it is what it is. The case fits well even with tall keycaps like MT3. Let's switch it up. It fits well. You can still close it relatively easily. The band holds well. It is an envelope style, yeah. It is an envelope style. It's cool that it says Neverest. The way they did it is simply laser burning the fibers, which is nice, reduces cost. The fact that it is included is actually a good thing for me. So yeah, this is definitely an interesting board. It's not as like cost effective as like a show board might be, but I think nothing can beat the price versus what you get with the S60. Even the Snipe, the S60 was just pure streamline. That's the case, use it. Newer cases are more of a like design project, and that's not a bad thing, but of course the price will inherently rise, which is not totally a bad thing. Like, you gotta re-enter of the cost. Exactly, the S60 is the ultimate example of metal rectangle housing. Exactly. Exactly. If you bought it directly from China, doing China, as we say in Simon Cord, if you did China and you picked it up using Superbuy or whatever, I picked up the case for a little over 160 euro with VAT applied. Okay. Without considering the parts and all of that, if you can find a Real Force 91U from Japan, that is gonna be, if you're lucky, 50 bucks. Add 25 bucks of shipping and 10 bucks of VAT if you know how to do financial wisdom. That's gonna be another 80, I think. I can't math anymore.
let's say 80, okay, 80 bucks. So we are at 240 bucks, okay. Then add for the internals the cheapest HHKB that you can find, and you can actually find in Europe without VAT, so like VAT applied when you buy it. 80 bucks brand new in box HHKB Pro 2. Okay, you will not be able to use the hub, whatever. The hub fits well inside of that. And for less than 350 bucks, you could have an HHKB, like a topper. And there were some plate options, stainless steel, aluminum, whatever you want. The stainless steel was really a surprise. Actually, like, the stainless steel was... I picked it up simply because I wanted to try stainless steel with topper, and goddamn, that was the best idea I've ever had in the custom scene. The stainless steel is incredible. So yeah, this is the pure example of I want metal, give me metal. That is literally the budget king. It is the best refined board ever? No. You can definitely see on the edges of the chamfer the skipping of the machining. It is on the outer side? Yes. Who cares? The inner side, the chamfers of the inner side of the case are perfect. It is incredible that the consistency of the anode on this unit, silver, is so good for what I paid for. Isn't real force stainless steel plate? Okay, so for stainless steel, I was talking about the S60 plate that I got. But yes, the real force plates are made out of metal, stainless steel. Stainless, not so much, steel very much, since there are like countless rusted plates. But that is caused simply because the manual process is doo-doo. So the way they carve out the openings for the housings chipped off parts of the plate and basically created an opening for oxidation to start to kick in. That's the only reason why there is oxidation and rust on the real force plates. Okay, so I think that we came to the very last bit of the stream where I briefly show off the custom menu functionality of VIA, the new stuff that that they added, and part of it you already saw that by simply looking at the APC function, the sliders. So those are parts of the new stuff per se. And now I think we can take a look briefly at the RGB stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna pull out a prototype that I have for another EC board. Okay, so let's clean up a bit. Yeah, right? This is very familiar looking board. I wonder who designed it. And I wonder when it's gonna be out available to customers. Soon, TM. We're getting there. So I'm still waiting for the Pink PC Le Fish EC edition. So, just saying. I know that you know. I know that you know. Don't worry. I will be distracted by the new camera, so I won't bother you too much about it. Don't worry. Okay, so what we wanted for the indicators, we have three addressable RGB indicators. We wanted them to act the first as a caps lock indicator and the other two as layer indicators. We wanted though the caps lock and the LEDs for the layers to act independently, even though they're wired in series. At first, when this project started, we wanted it to be like customizable by the user, but the caps lock at the time was only like hard coded, so we decided on red, and the layer indicators would go off with whatever effect we had online. But now, thanks to the new custom UI elements in VIA, we can actually do something more fun. So let's bring up the live view. And I'm gonna enlarge my camera just a little bit. So we're using the new VIA. For now we sideload the JSON. We authorize the board. And we can go and test the keys and, you know, the usual, and they work. But let's say we want to actually now enable the caps lock. First of all, we find the caps lock. Okay. So if we press the caps lock, by default it's white. And that works as a normal caps lock. Okay. We still have the EC threshold thing, but now we have way more stuff than the usual lighting controls. We have two toggles to enable the indicators or to disable them. If we disable them, the light will not turn on, even though the function actually works. So it's purely the visual indication. Okay. And we can also enable the layers indication. The layers indication work so that the caps lock is a fixed color, then we can change. So let's say I want it purple. Now it's purple-ish. The white balance is completely off, but you can kind of see that it's not white. We can make it red probably, so it's, yeah. So now it's red, okay? And let's say instead of solid colors for the layers, that now is red, we can change it to another color. And this color is independent from the caps lock. So the caps lock still remains red, but the layer is another color. We have independent brightness control. We can make one indicator way brighter than the other. Or we can have effects on the layer indication. So we have our red caps lock, but then let's say we want to go to layer 1. We press this, and now we have RGB effects on the layer indication. If we enable layer 2, the middle LED turns on, and it follows the same pattern. The way the LEDs behave is a binary indicator, so layer 0 all off, layer 1 right, layer 2 the left, layer 3 we have all the LEDs turned on. So to test that, we can assign to this layer 3. So right, left, both. And you can see that the behavior is separate from the caps lock. And all of this is achieved through literally just a couple of lines. In the JSON, there are more stuff, a little bit more involved in the actual firmware of the board. That is, to be honest, out of the scope of this showcase. And also, since it's still a new thing, even the code practices are not really established yet. So it's gonna be available, that's for sure, but the actual firmware implementation is still undergoing some work, some revision, because literally as I change something on the mainline QNK or the VIA, they change something, and since I'm not ready to merge the code yet, I basically have to update the code every week to stay in line with the necessary changes. So that's the main reason why we're not going through the actual firmware work. Okay, so this is the time of the stream where we are wrapping things up. I'm gonna look at chat a little bit to see if someone has any questions about the build, about other projects. I'm gonna post in chat all the links where you can find my Twitter, my Instagram, the Twitch that you are in right now, and also the Discord server invite, where I post a lot of cool topper stuff. The server is basically a dump for all of my projects. Let's see. Take a look at this server now. So we literally have the bare minimum for a server to actually function. So we have a general, we have off topic that is of course never used. We have pics for the boards and cool stuff that we find around. Some people are sharing the boards that they built with the PCBs that I designed. Then we have the group buy, the small group buy update and order queue. We go by rounds to basically gather as much board count as possible to lower the price and then ship out. Then there are the dumping part. This is the dumping part of the server where I post updates about the various AC projects that I'm working on. We have a lot of cool stuff. We have ortholinear. We have split corn that is undergoing revisioning. Revision 2 is actually in the works, it's not a meme. I received multiple emails by people asking, where is the revision 2? I'm actually working on it, don't worry. Then we have some of the bigger projects that I'm working on. And we have also a resource channel with some random bits, 3D print stoppers, and a more easily accessible link for the 3D models of the upcoming ECTKL. There's gonna be a universal multi-layout PCB. It's gonna have a ton of layout options, including stepped caps lock. And it's gonna be available in both USB-C, snappable USB-C, and no USB-C at all versions using the new Molex connector. RGB, all the good stuff. And this is intended to be the equivalent of the Heine H87 PCB. It has the same spacing but a different outline to comply with the space requirements. Yeah, and that's basically it. Then we have the showcase of some commissions that I am working on. Some of them cannot be shared because of NDAs and all that. But we have the DAFU by Clap Studio. There is gonna be an HHKB layout board. Very good looking board. Then we have the Theka by Densas and KLC. This channel needs to be somewhat updated. The Alveus, there is gonna be a FRL EC. This board is a prototype of the previous run. So now we are gonna have split backspace for the FRL. And then some of the other random projects, the Raita. Yeah, so if you wanna see more Thucky content, you can follow the links in the Discord or the Twitter. I also occasionally post on Twitter. And let's see what chat says. Are optical switches reliable? I mean, yeah. Probably the most limiting factor for optical switches is the PCB support and the actual availability of them. By that I mean the variety. You can find replacement PCBs for optical boards. Usually they are in the like GH60 kind of like layout, because those are usually where you find them. But yeah, apart from that, they have fewer mechanical moving parts, and you don't rely on the metal contacts to actually detect the actuation. You use two components, one that shines either a infrared or an LED light, and a receiver on the other hand, and the center pin of the switch will block or let the light pass. So that's the main advantage of those. The speed factor is not a determining setting point anymore because the debounce can be totally disabled in MX boards. We have now all effect, HALL effect switches like the Wooting keyboards, other systems to detect magnetic variation, and we have Topper. We can finally use Topper in a more serious scene. There's always the fact that Topper is inherently tactile because you're counting on the collapse of a dome. You can mitigate that by using lighter domes like 30 grams. But even there, you still feel some tactility. But again, the perception of tactility can vary drastically from one person to the other. I personally feel like 30 grams is totally tactile for my taste. Others disagree with me and they think that they are pure mush. So it's totally up to preferences. Alright, so I'm gonna post the links once more for anyone that maybe didn't pick those up. And what I'm gonna do now is find someone to raid. Let's see. Twitch.tv. Search keyboards. Let's stream someone that is actually working on keyboards. Okay, we literally have 4 people streaming keyboards right now. Let's see, this person suggested in chat. Okay, so there's something going on with the algorithm of the search. Oh, that is what? Select a certificate. Yeah. What about no? Okay, this is a Gion board, so it's for sure good. It's an F1 8X. Long live Gion supremacy, so we're gonna rate. I really like them. There's an issue with some weird movement. So I don't know if I have to actually add the gaskets or not. So I might just cope for like 2 weeks and then buy some gaskets off of Taobao or AliExpress. I'm not sure if it's like slider rattle. Probably slider rattle. I'm not even sure though. I think it's slider, but there are some housings that definitely move, but I don't think that the simple shaking can make that much noise. So I think it's slider rattle, and for that I have no solution as of now. What I can probably try and do is exactly, because now I have the 0.5 silencing rings. I'll probably use the 0.7, hoping that the tactility doesn't change too much. So yeah, I'll do that. Let's see if I still have my raid message. Yeah, I mean it's a bit long, so we can just go with Thok. Yeah, exactly. Like, if I pre-travel, like preload the dome too much, I'll lose part of the tactile event or the tactile pre-travel. So at that point, I'm basically wasting the carrots. Thok. Actually, we're gonna do easy Thok. Easy Thok. Then some periods. And then Tolpre. Okay, this is gonna be the ready message. It's shit. I gotta change it. I gotta add like some emoticons at least. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna go with this. We can add, maybe if someone has that, the Black Simon Rage, just because I don't have any other emojis available. Yeah, we can go along with the easy Thought, Tolpre. It is what it is. Okay, so we're gonna copy. Raid. Okay, so this is the end of the stream. If you wanna hang out a little bit on Discord, the links are in chat. You can always reach me on Instagram or Twitter if you use Twitter more. And expect more streams because I have more PCBs that are coming for the round 2, so I'm gonna show off those and maybe give you a little bit of a behind the scenes for the actual like testing methodology that I use and the flashing procedure. So we're gonna raid now, and thanks again for your incredible support and all the people that showed up for the stream, and a special thank you for those of you in chat that supported my efforts in the keyboard scene, especially in the EC scene, by joining either the group buy of the PCBs or by considering the boards that are coming out or boards that are already in group buy or in IC like the Theka and the Alveus by Densus. Alright, we're gonna raid, and big thanks again, and see you next time.
Topra board today? Was it Swampy?